Boom! Holy shit! We're back! Today, I'm gonna start with some... Welcome back to another Games Full of Bugs development stream. Today I wanna just check something. What's the performance issue if I spawn a ton of explosions? That's what I wanna check. Because the performance is immeasurably better. I mean, it is measurable. Yeah, screw you. Just, it sounded good, okay? But yeah, there's still situations where I wanna just see what's the bottleneck. Like, if it's the physics, or is it just the visual problem? Because the physics have gotten a lot better. Because I... Why? Well, because. Right? Boom. Get dead. Okay, let's see. Because I made these little bushes not interact with projectiles and explosions, and it's gotten way better. Also, the fire is a lot cooler because I no longer burn everything that touches a bullet with fire damage, which was a little... It also didn't make a lot of sense because that's the only thing that interacted like that. So now you have to create fire on the floor, so either killing a burning enemy or having one of the either fire trail or ring of fire, which looks a lot cooler. That like the fire kind of spreads from that point rather than just you burning the whole screen at the same time. Okay, so let's do... Well, let's do this. And this. First. I guess AoE also kind of screws up with that. Screws with it. Uh-huh. What was the problem? Prime Tween. Muzzle Flash. Right, because this circle casts. That makes a lot of sense, so we're gonna try to maybe cull a little bit of that. So I'm gonna save this bullet because that clearly just creates a lot of issues on its own. So, again. Yeah. Muzzle Flash, muzzle. Can I just open this? Okay. Yeah, so this is the problem with it. Well, I got a feedback. Wait a second. We got a better description on what we get with each option in the game, especially with the final boss. It takes a considerable amount of time to reach them. And what you might get with each choice can be frustrating. Let me just reply to that. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is definitely problematic. So I would want to create, well, a muzzle flash manager. Let's see if we can fix this issue a little bit. And then we're going to test how far we can push it. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of overlap circles, which is again hitting everything, right? So that's not good. Wait, is that actually flashing the bushes anymore? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Maybe I can wait a frame and kind of collect all of the flashes and then just do the one. Isn't that like incredibly smart? Wait. C#. What am I looking for? Just show me muzzle. Muzzle flash. So let's create a muzzle flash manager. We're gonna add this as a new thing. And then I guess this is going to be an additional manager. Do I need it anywhere else? No. So we're going to add the muzzle flash manager. Do I though? I mean, yeah, I'm going to have to add it to the others. Wait, this might be something that's already broken. So let's fix that real quick. So here and where else? I mean, headquarters, might as well add it here just in case if this ever becomes necessary. Right. Transition scene. Right, let's go back here first. Don't imagine I'm gonna need this, but still. Main menu, modifier transition, starting modifiers, transition scene. Yeah. This one. Oh. Robbery. Prop manager. Muzzle flash manager. And then you add the particle system in. So that's the transition tutorial. Also need it here. Okay, I'm just gonna add this. Fixed. That issue that's made robbery or early in the game scene. I can just say that. There we go. Okay. So now back to the main scene, and we're gonna work on the muzzle flash manager. Okay. So essentially, muzzle flash is gonna call, like, we're gonna remove all of this crap. Yeah, that's not okay. So, okay, let's check how this looks like now. Muzzle. Wait, flashable unit is what? Eye muzzle flashable. Okay. Flashable unit. So I have this flashable unit, and then what should flash? Now this is fine. I can just kind of add this. I can just add this to the muzzle flash thing on enable. So we're gonna have a private list of eye muzzle flashable flashable units. List is using, I don't know which one, just yeah, boom. And then we're gonna have public void add flashable to list, or just add flashable. We're gonna pass in the eye flashable, just unit. We're gonna do if flashable unit. Not just add it. Just flashable units.add unit. Right, and then we're gonna do the same. We're gonna do remove. Remove. How does if on destroy and on disable, that's what I want to know. So I just need on disable. Yeah. So flashable unit, we're gonna add on enable and on disable. Right? We're gonna do muzzle. Oh, right. This needs to be a static instance of type muzzle flash manager. Okay. So I'm just trying to resolve some issues with a tester of mine in the middle of it. So let's do muzzle flash manager dot instance dot add flashable this, and here we're gonna do remove flashable this. Also here I need to have this be a new, so it actually creates the list. Okay, so we have that ready. I don't need a start function, and I don't need an update function. Now what I'm thinking is I want to have a list of the flash. how do I create a flash? Just with a position? Right. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, right. So we muzzle with intensity, multiplier, light origin, color. Oh. Well, that's something that's gonna have to be multiplied, I guess. And flash duration, which, sure. Okay. I don't know why this is an enumerator. Right, I need the light. It's also something I could just move, right? how does this look like now though? Because if like I need to check, I guess if the new flash is bigger than the old one, right? Or far away enough. Okay. Okay, let's see. I want to be careful about, well, surely I can kind of see if the thing is out of range of the other thing. Or if it's stronger, right? Let's do an explosion. And we can just have this happen every, you know, couple of seconds and then just combine the thing. It's like 0.15. Is that it? I guess I can check that. Flash multiplier is 0.4. No. This, yeah, so 0.1. So that's 0.15 on the duration. Okay, how does it look if I have a lot of attack speed then? Now let's do a module. We're gonna do a ton of attack speed. Nope. It's not the worst. Like, it's not the biggest thing. Like, I haven't noticed it, so I might be able to just do some sort of a, I guess this would have an update. Is an update the correct thing to do? Crap. My nuts! Okay. Hey man, I'm only streaming on YouTube because it's, you know, it's easier. This is not that serious of a stream, so it's just easier for me to how do you say? It's easier for me to focus. Sorry, I've been a little bit sorry, I've been dealing with some feedback, so that's why I've been silent. Sorry, are you sharing the right screen or haven't started debugging? Oh yeah, sorry. I am sharing the right screen, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, let me just check. Okay. So the thing that I'm working now is I want to improve performance when there's a lot of explosions. And the main bottleneck I see is that when I spawn explosions, or shoot for that matter, I do a muzzle flash which uses the overlap circle, which is a physics call, which is really tasking when there's a lot of units. So I want to unify this in one manager and basically get rid of all of the physics from it, which I think should improve the explosion thing a ton. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to figure out how to go about it. I'm kind of thinking, what if I make a flash every, 10 times per second or 7 times per second, since I usually do a 0.15 duration on the flash. So that's about 7, right? So 1 divided by 0.15. Okay, 100 divided by 15. Yeah, 6, okay. So what I could do is kind of create flashes every 0.15 seconds. And during those times, things can kind of subscribe to where the flash should be created. Although that could be kind of weird. Or should I do it every frame? Or maybe, like how fast is 10 times per second? But yeah, essentially to demonstrate stuff like this, bugs the game a little bit, and there's no reason for it. Are all explosions running hit calculations? Yes, which is a problem And it's not a problem when they're not hitting anything, right? Or it shouldn't be, because this is just hitting nothing and they don't interact with each other, right? So there's no physics essentially, right? It's just everything is good. But the problem is all of these little bushes on the floor, they get hit by this muzzle flash overlap 2D circle. Oh, thanks man, I appreciate it. And then does run physics calculations in some sort. So if I go to the profiler and go to this frame, like the main bulk of it is the coroutine that uses the overlap circle. So this is where the thing is problematic, and obviously a lot of null error messages. What's that from? Wait. There's no messages here. That's strange. What does that mean? What is it? Get component null error message. Where, brother? GCL. I mean, I would imagine I can... What allocates this, you know? We'll see. I can definitely make it better if I just remove the physics. Can't you have it ignore the layer where you have those bushes? So yeah, the hit detection does ignore them. The problem is I do want them to flash, right? So if I just spawn one mortar so it's a little bit more visible, easier to see. I wanted to do this, right? You see how everything flashed? So this, you know, made a whole, how do you say? Just a second, guys. I had mail. Okay, sorry. Wait, does this still work? Seems like it does. Physics can ignore layers, yes. Cannot essentially to the light that fades in and out of the location where the explosion starts. Yeah, but it wouldn't look as good as this. I can just spawn a light, but it wouldn't have these edge shines, right? Where it really looks like something lit up a ton. So I want to preserve this effect. And I think that's fine. And I think I can do it with this. Right, I wanted to check how often can I really kind of see the flashing. I really can't see what's happening here. Maybe just make a combined flash is what I'm thinking. And also the explosions kind of just use the whole screen, so they're always going to be stronger than this. You know what, I'm gonna try this tactic. So I'm gonna have serialized field, private, float, flash frequency. I'm gonna set this to 0.15. And here I'm gonna have a timer. And then time dot timer plus equals time dot delta time. And then if timer is more or equal flash frequency, we're gonna do some shit. At the last of which we're gonna do timer equals to 0. Right. So now I wanna pass in the flash parameters, and essentially I just wanna have the position and the intensity. I don't know, what's the flash multiplier? So we have the wait, how does this work? Muzzle. Intensity multiplier. So current intensity, wait, in progress? Okay, this is basically, I'm just gonna solve this with all of that crap. So current intensity, if it's less than this, it has to be false, and current intensity has to be less than the current one, and then we kind of do it again. So current intensity equals just this two. So I just need the one. I don't need both of them. It could just be one. So then we do muzzle. Oh no, we have the intensity and the... Okay, let's see what this does. So muzzle coroutine, this is on the flashable unit, which is gonna get called. This is still gonna get called. So we do intensity. Just happens on the same. So emission intensity equals, we first clamp the intensity between 1 and 1.4, and then we multiply it by the intensity multiplier. We also use intensity light direction is, this is transformation times light origin and times intensity. So intensity minus the distance from it times local scale. Okay, yeah, so this is, so the direction is correct. So I'm still gonna use this. So I can, I guess, keep the intensity and intensity multiplier. Maybe just keep like the largest one and just use that one, you know? No, I should multiply them. At least a little bit, right? Maybe do like use the first one. How do you do that though? Like, how do you increase it a little bit? So I wanna, you know, if I, let's say the intensity is always 1. So the first time I wanna set it to 1, but then I wanna increase it by a half for the next one, and then maybe by a quarter or whatever. So could I just do respect your visuals, do not sacrifice? Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. No, and this is, I'm really proud of this effect, and I think people like it a lot. So I don't wanna lose it, but it's kind of a shame that this is a, you know, the bottleneck for the performance. So I definitely wanna make sure that doesn't happen. So muzzle flash. Yeah. So how could I increase the intensity? Okay. So basically, I want to add numbers together, but diminishingly. So let's say the intensity is always 1, and I want to combine that intensity in a diminishing way. So the first time it's set to 1. If it's called and it's set to 1 or 2 or whatever, it's just set to that number. So that's the intensity. But then the more I add, I want to multiply it on top of it, but diminishingly. So if I have 1 and then I add 1 again, it should maybe just add a half. And then if I add 1 again, it should maybe just add a quarter, and so on and so on. But essentially, if something is set to, you know, how can I combine numbers to not go too high, but also increase that intensity with each call? Search for it maybe. Unless, I mean, I guess I do want to cap it at some point, right? There definitely should be a cap. I mean, I can also cap it on the actual flash, right? This is where I can also cap it. So I could just kind of add it together and then cap it. Well, I guess I can do that later, right? So I need a float next. I'm just gonna do this a little awkwardly. I could create a class for this. I'd have a class flash stats. We're gonna do float intensity 0. We're gonna do float intensity mult. What else? Intensity, so yeah, everything this needs. So position, color, and duration. So I need a vector to position. And I need color. Nice. Got a bounce. Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Now, do I need duration? No, because I'm gonna control that with the flash frequency. So then we create private flash stats, flash stats. Boom. So then I essentially call public void create muzzle, right? And here we're gonna send in everything that I'm sending here. I'm done. So this. So yeah, flash duration is gonna be skipped. So we're gonna do this. And then here we're gonna do if flash stats. Wait, how can I add? So if I have 0, yeah, I don't want to do if statements every time. I just want to combine stuff. Maybe this should be 1 by default. And then I can just do intensity. So we could do flash stats dot intensity. This needs to be public, I guess. Intensity equals intensity that equals intensity divided by current intensity. So this means if I add 1, it's gonna add 1, right? Because it's gonna divide it by 1. And if I add another 1, it's gonna divide it by 2, so it's gonna be 2.5. And then the next one is gonna be 1 divided by 2.5. It's gonna be 0.4. And then 0.34. And then 324, right? It's gonna diminish. It should diminish faster though, no? Like it's kind of diminishing really kind of slowly, no? One, this is the second one. And then it's 2.5. It's like it's, you know, it's very little difference. So what if I do, so the first, what if I multiply those? So what if I square them first? So first we have 1 divided by 1, which is 1. And we have 1 divided by 2 squared, right? So it's a quarter. So it's gonna be 2 squared. Wait, is that? Yeah, then 2 squared. It's gonna add 4. Huh? Is that a little much? And then it's gonna be 2 point. What's 2.25 times 2 point? So it's gonna be 5. So it's gonna be 1 divided by 5, which is not that much of a difference, right? So it's like it scales up really quickly right away, but then it slows down to a halt. Does that make sense? But what if I have, the problem is, then I start with, let's say the first one that's called is 4, right? So 4 is going to be divided by 1, and that's going to be a ton, and then the second one is going to be 1, so it's going to be how do I do this? Shit. I'm trying to search for some common formulas for this. So one calculation is, let's see, so flash stats plus equals intensity divided by 1, divided by 1 plus, so flash stats intensity times the fall off. And what's the fall off then? You set the fall off. So what would this do? So, okay, let's say we start at 0, right? We would do, let's say we call an intensity of 1. So we would do 1 divided by, let's see, 1 divided by 1, 1 plus, so So we add 0 times 0.5. So that's just 1 divided by 1, right? That's going to equal 1. What if I add 5? This is going to add 5. Okay. So what if I now have, so 1. What if I already have 1 in? Okay. What if I have 1.6 in? 2. Okay. Okay, so what if I, okay, let's see. If I have 0, if I, whatever I add the first is going to be set immediately, right? But what if I already have 5 in? The 1 is going to add 2.8, and the 5 is going to add 3.3. So yeah, this is where it kind of falls off, right? This shouldn't be, it should be the same. Is there a way to do it? So, okay, so I could also have a cap. I mean, I guess a cap isn't the worst thing. So I would have, okay, so this is something that somebody wrote. So we would combine, I guess I can kind of decide on the cap later. Although I already know that the intensity should be capped between 1 and 4, right? Muzzle flash. When we muzzle, we do, yeah, we already cap it between 1 and 4, 1 and 1.4. Now intensity multiplier, this gets called from what? Muzzle flash. So flash intensity 4. Why is that 4? That just seems so strange. I mean, I guess that determines the range from it as well. But like, if something, I guess one thing is that I want to control range, and the other is that I want to control the intensity in that specific range, which can definitely be different. So what if I save range instead, and then end intensity, right? Okay, let's just maybe try to do intensity, right? And I'm just gonna do this so it kind of caps at 10, right? So I'm gonna do equals combine. I'm gonna combine flash stats dot intensity with intensity. And then I'm gonna leave out the intensity multiplier. And then I want to do the position. So flash stats dot position equals, and I want to kind of lerp towards the direction of it. So I want to do move towards. Can I do flash stats dot position dot move? No. Oh, is it vector 2? Move towards. I'm gonna do flash stats dot position. I'm gonna move it towards the light origin. And then how much is gonna be determined by the current intensity. So we're gonna do intensity divided by flash stats dot intensity. You know? I think that makes sense. And then flash color can I also move this? No. Can I do flash color? Flash stats dot color times flash stats dot intensity it's gonna be kind of convoluted times plus, I guess I don't need these because they multiply first, plus flash color times intensity, and then we divide this by flash stats dot intensity. So I want to calculate this the last. So then I want to combine this or divide this by this plus intensity. Right? So then I can do, when this happens, right? What I can do is for each eye muzzle flashable. Now first we're going to do if flash stats dot intensity equals is more than 0. We'll just do this. Right. Flashable in flashable units. Then we're gonna do if flashable dot position. How can I check if something is in the vicinity of something? I know I just did this like bullet manager. This is where I did it. So let's just copy this. So if flashable dot position, which is what? It's a vector 3. Minus position. What is the position? Minus flash stats dot position is less than radius, so we're gonna do intensity here. I guess I could do radius on this thing, you know? So flash intensity is used for the size. So let's just do intensity here. So flash stats dot intensity, right? You know, let's just do flash stats dot intensity mult equals, and we're just gonna do the same thing, and then I'm gonna worry about it later. There we go. And I guess we can also do cap, float cap. So then here, let's say intensity is capped at 5 or at 10, and then the multiplier is capped at 4, let's say. So if this is the thing, we do flashable dot muzzle. We're gonna do intensity, so flash stats dot intensity. We're gonna multiplier flash stats dot mult. We're gonna do flash stats dot position, flash stats dot color, and duration is gonna be flash frequency, right? And then we're not gonna go through this whole crap. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do the thing. Right. So let's ignore you for a second. Right, oh, maybe, do I need to reduce the amount of music? So little. Why is this so small? Like, can this be smaller? No, it can't. Well, I guess it's just gonna be like this. I can, I guess, reduce the volume here a little bit, like maybe down to -6. Maybe that's gonna be a bit better. Okay, anyway. So I create the muzzle routine. This stays the same flashable sprites. Yeah. The in progress doesn't matter, but we can leave it in for now. So now, when we have muzzle flash, we don't want to do this, right? When we create a muzzle, if sprite renderer, I don't think this whole thing is needed. Is this called somewhere? Is this called somewhere? This is called somewhere. Okay, so here I just want to do muzzle flash manager.instance.create muzzle, and yeah, I guess I don't even need this, but for now I can use it. So we have the flash intensity, flash multiplier, this dot transform dot position, and color, which would just be the muzzle color, and then return. Don't use that. And I'm wondering if I just did this for now. So this whole thing is ignored. Also, this shouldn't exist, right? So I shouldn't need this thing. I mean, to be fair, I shouldn't need any of this. Just create muzzle, right? So let's just comment you out for now. And let's see what this does, right? If I'm on the right track. Why am I getting so many mails? What is this? New event? Ludonaracon. Narrative video games. Well, fortunately not for me. And then we have some crepoli ravioli. That's good. Okay. Mandatory Unity crash, it seems. Let's open it up again. Now let's see if we have the manager here. We have the muzzle flash manager. Let's see if this works. Right. So first I need to equals new. And then I also need to have a public void. Wait, but this isn't good that this is black, is it? Maybe I can set like a base flash color. Reset. You know, I guess that's something that I need to do. So if flash stats dot intensity, come on. We're gonna do position. Right, and else we do these, and then when we flash, we also want to do flash stats dot reset. Right. I guess only if something happened, otherwise we don't need to do that. Okay. Let's see where we are. So let's start with something slow, not with this monstrosity. Okay, so one thing that I'm kind of thinking is we're gonna do this. We're gonna just keep on checking. So first we're gonna start with timer on whatever. So then as soon as it happens for the first time, we immediately trigger it, right? Let's increase this a little bit. Because the intensity is really low. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what we do here. Move you away. Yeah, so it immediately flashes as I shoot. So what happens when I shoot this? It still had a little bit of a hiccup. Which thing though? Explosion coroutine. There's just a bunch of explosion, new explosion, E&M. What if I just do this? Yeah, this is still, like, it's much less of a hiccup, that's for sure. We're like spiking below 30 FPS a lot before. This definitely helped it out. It's just, come on, Unity. Just stop if you crash. Or if you run into a problem. Just pause the game. You know, just stop it. So first I want to see if this kind of helps the flash. The intensity definitely seems really low. So I want to see if that's any better. Let's continue. It's like flashing down here, but not up here. Let's try to do this. I'm gonna spawn a bunch of these. So what if I change the frequency to 0.1? That looks normal, but like this one craps itself. I mean, is it noticeable though? How does that, you know, decrease? So weird. Can I know how strong of a muzzle flash this creates? I mean, I can search for it. So one thing we need to do, flashable units. definitely want to have this, just kind of maybe increase the number. Does that make sense though? I don't understand how the flashes that are created are so weak though. That's a little strange. So I want to check, I guess, if this happens, I want to debug.log. So we do int, let's just do this. Is it this? This. We're gonna do int is flash stats dot intensity. And then we do molt equals dot molt, and then position. Do I need this though? I mean, I might as well. Dot position. I want to see how strong of a flash this is creating. The fact that that's not flashing the whole screen is not good. So this is 6.4 and whatever position. And these are all 10. Are they? Wait. Let me... Yeah, this is kind of increasing because of the multiple shots. That's good. Okay. How is this just 6? Right, because it casted it on the first one, right? If it's 10, how is it not flashing everything, brother? It's definitely maxing them out, which is how it's supposed to be. I kind of want to wait for a frame here, you know? Just so it can kind of gather still, if like a ton of shit is exploding at once. This should be flashing the whole screen. Like, the funny thing is that then I spawn a single mortar and it flashes the whole screen. You know, riddle me that. Wait. How is this 18? Okay, so the intensity should be capped at like 30 then. Am I getting that? Or I guess at least at 20, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of problems here. But the main one again, physics 2D send contacts. On trigger enter. Really? There's so many of them? Explosion, on trigger enter. Oh really? What is the problem? What is the problem? Why it is the problem? What are you with the problem? What are you even for real now? Come on, Baboogie. What's the dealio here? Like, do I need a collider in this shit? You know? Or can I just collider, explode a new. Like, what is all this? Sprite render white. What the shit is this? So can I just do, let's try to do, what if I, wait, is this collider set active? No. So can I just ignore this? Right? Boom. And then I would do unit manager. You have all the damageables in, right? So can I just do public void damageables in range, and I would pass in the damage stats. And the vector to position and float range, you know? And we would do damageables in range. Now this does have an on trigger enter, so we have damaged objects. Well, this is not a problem, right? Right, I also need to do int faction. I guess my faction. So then we have, what do we do here? We just calculate the damage, distance float. Do I use this? If damage is scaled by proximity, but I don't do that. Damage, dealt damage to blah blah blah. Owner base. Oh, nice. How much damage? And okay, so we also need to have the enemy base, owner, enemy. Which is gonna equal to default. So then we send in the how is damage calculated? Damage stats. Okay, I guess we can just send in the damage as well. So we would do float damage. Right. And then we pass in the damage. Damageable on hit effects. And that's just gonna happen there, you know? We pass in the damage stats holder. We pass in the range, which is the collider 2D dot size. Is it shape? Oh, come on. Okay, you can stop. Come on, Unity, just pause. Like, if you see that you're recompiling, just stop. For fuck's sake. Oh, hey man, the true master at work. Oh yeah, you know it. I've done some great optimization already. I'm gonna get these explosions to work way easier, way better. Because that seems the main bottleneck at this point. I'm gonna try to remove all of the physics on it as well. So, explosion base. Bios. Is this it? Okay, collider, it has a radius. So collider, radius. I'm just gonna pass in this for now, and then I can do... Wait, isn't this... That's that... Oh, position, oops. So I need to do this dot transform dot position. Radius, faction is just faction. Unit faction ID. And then enemy base, I send in the owner enemy base. If it exists. What if it doesn't exist? Can I do this? Otherwise default. So here I would just do the damage to all of them, no? So I would just go through for each I damageable in all damageables. Do I kind of split them? No. In all So damageable. And then I just do if damageable, damageable, and I can use the same thing as here. So we do if wait, where's my bullet manager? Let's do this because this one is more appropriate. So if damageable dot position, it should use the position minus position square magnitude is less than range or equal, we're gonna damage it. So we do damageable dot damage. We're gonna pass in the damage. We're gonna pass in the damage. Velocity. I guess we're gonna check how we do it here. So damageable dot. So we pass in the damage. We do this, sure. We do. No, this ain't right. We do position. Screw you. We do distance float times blah blah blah, which is what? This is the knockback force. Right. Right. So knockback force is it's set. Wait, do I have this set though? Knockback force on the explosion base. It is set. So I guess I can pass that as well. So we also need I guess I need everything that this needs, right? So we need damage, we need velocity. That's fine. We need the knockback start direction, which is the position. And then we need the knockback force. So that's after this. We need vector 2. No, we need float knockback force. So we can do distance. We can just do. Wait, can I do this? Distance float. This is just some weird convoluted bullshit. I mean, I could calculate that in the thing. What if I just do this here? So I do position and then range and just kind of calculates this thing here. And then we pass in the damage stats, spawner module, null. What else do we have? Specific damage type, none. Specific damage type is none, and then this is the my faction. Right? And then we also do, what do you don't like? What don't you like this? Boom. And then I also need to call this So let's do that. So if owner base isn't default, we're gonna also do this. Damageable. Damage del2, sure. And then on hit effects, we pass in the damage, the damageable, the damage stats, and position. And this is, why don't you like this? Oh right, I have more stuff here now. Knockback force is after the position, before the range, so right here. The knockback force. We just pass in this. And then we can calculate the whole thing there. I mean, let's see if this works. It might, right? It might work. It might reduce the amount of physics shit. Now the question is, does it damage stuff? Or am I gonna just mess up the whole thing? Boom. Okay, so something isn't liking this. So unit manager, for each damageable, so I'm guessing that right, so this is on the unit manager. So all units, we have a bunch of tiles, good. And we have a bunch of missing things. Is this how it normally works? I mean, I guess so. Wait, if I spawn on it, I mean, I guess not. Let's get destroyed. Bonk. Let's move you somewhere else. Just want to see if it works if I set it correctly. Okay. No, it still has issues with it. Wait, how is it not valid though? Like, the list does exist, right? For each damageable in all damageables. How is this a problem if... Oh, all units. Oh. All damageable is what? Oh, wait. I see. All damageables is... It adds them to... Add damageable to list. So we add the damageable, right, based on their faction. Yeah, okay. So we do all damageables. We only want to do, like, I just have 2 factions, right? I mean, I do have more factions. Shit. Because what is the faction of a tile? It should be 2, I think. Bro! Unity, now you're just crashing for what reason? You were paused. Son of a bitch. Okay. So I want to go through all the things that aren't. But also, why is the collider still enabled? Initialize. So both of these are disabled. So, oh yeah, I know why, because it's enabled by default, right? So, explosion base. So I wanna disable this by default. Right? So that's the first thing. And then tile prefab. This is tile object, unit info, unit ID. Okay, that's fine. Do I do this here? Add unit to list, damageable this, and my unit faction is 2. So this is a problem because can I like do this plus this? No. Okay, I'm gonna do it a little jankily. If my faction, I guess I always do the like if my faction isn't 2, we always do this. Now this is janky, of course. I mean, we always damage the faction too, right? And then we do, I guess, 1 minus my faction. Which is awkward, sure, but I just want to make sure that this works. Where? Okay, which part don't you like? How is this out of range now? So this whole thing is just not good. Oh, right, if it doesn't exist. Oops. Wait, but it should, no? Okay, let's see. Okay. The profiler is still really strong. I mean, really. So do the explosion new. Activate. Game object deactivate and activate. So it's just because of the effects, right? So it's like this crap is where it's kind of bottlenecks the whole thing. So, okay, so let's do then for int I equals 0 until I is less than all damageables dot get length. Isn't that how it is? Let's just count. I plus plus. I'm going to do if I isn't equal to my faction. We're gonna do this. Right, boom. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-dum. And then, yeah, explosions I could kind of do. Dust particle manager. Spot explosion particles. Boom. So I always animate it. So what if I just call that there and also ignore it if I've spawned too many of them, right? So spawn explosion particle, we do this thing, and then we return the thing. But do I need to return it? Do I need my explosion? I do. Piss. You know, let's leave it in then. And then I guess we do... So we do if explosion isn't null, right? We do all of this crap. And here we do the same thing. If explosion isn't null, we do this. And we also have this explosion 1. This one should always go through, right? Should it though? If explosion 1 isn't null, right? Animate it. Oh. What if instead of, like, what if I cap this at a way smaller amount, and if we don't have it, we just return null, right? Same goes for you. You know? Let's see if this makes any difference. Like, that's a lot of explosions, right? So if we reach that maximum, okay. Why is this not getting destroyed? Is any wall getting destroyed? No. The eggs get destroyed? Yeah, but like weirdly. Okay, can I just chill with this thing? And just leave this part up? Just so I don't have the issue with the first thing. So I see if stuff kind of just works as it should on its own. And then I can figure that part out again. Yeah, so that my damage is not properly. So the dust particle, how long does that thing take? Take. So this is the explosion effect small. Manager's cooler. Explosion effect. You know, just check it here. Explosion effect small. Kill delay is 5 seconds. Does that need to be 5 though? Now with the new kind of way shorter timing on it. It's like 1, 2, 3. Like what if I... Okay. What if I give you a... Wait. Okay, you. Boom. 2. So these are both 2 now. Are they? Yeah. If I go electric, also make you 2. This might still be really long though, now that I think about it. Yeah, let's see, how do I... So dust particles. It's start speed, start lifetime is 2 seconds. So 1.5 to 2. Is it the same for you? 1.5 to 2, okay. Well, let's do that here as well. So 1.5 to 2. You should be the same. Okay, invert. There we go. Start speed, that's okay. Okay. You know, does it really need that many if this happens? Like, is there any difference in how this looks? Like, once there's so much shit exploding, do you really need so many effects? You know? Okay, so what if I do, like, let's do... You know... I'm not too crazy, right? I'll just do this, which is, it's like it's really reasonable, just to see how it looks. You know? Does it spawn multiple? Am I not capping it at 100? That's definitely not 100. So explosion effect medium. Okay, let's do this then. Okay, let's do this. Wait, it spawns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them? That's how I made this? No, wait. So I guess that does ring a bell, but so it just spawns a bunch of these. Okay. But it doesn't spawn any of the small ones, does it? No, it just spawns the medium ones. But it spawns 7 of them? Could I decrease that amount? Let's see. Explosion. Okay, first let me stop so the game doesn't crash. Ooga booga! So if size is more than 5, which I don't think it is, you know, spawn explosion particles, size 0. Why does it spawn frickin' 5 of them? Like for number of small ones, sure, right? But why does that one spawn so many? Maybe I need to debug.log size equals size plus size, and let's see. Jesus, like no wonder it's, you know, having an issue. It's spawning thousands of them apparently. Okay, first kill all enemies. We're gonna spawn a couple of these, right? You can move away, please. Okay. Console. Boom. Size of 3. Okay, so if it's a size of 3, wait, is there anything else? So if it's a size of 3, so its size is more than 1, okay. Oh right, and if it's not electric, then size is more, so yeah, this does go through. So how do you, so number of small ones, we do round to int, size times 2.5 minus 2. So that's like 7.5 minus 2, which is 5, I guess maybe 6, right? and a little bit less for the electric explosions, sure. And then we do spawn explosion particles for the number of small ones, and we spawn what? Size of 1, which does what? Oh, it spawns a medium one, okay. Color me confused a little bit, okay. Do I need that many? I mean, at large ones, okay. Am I still playing? Yeah. So if I spawn a large Babunga, so let's give it some AoE, sure damage, that's fine. So if I spawn this, yeah, that makes sense, right? That does look proper. But maybe I just need to increase the minimum size. Although, will that help it? Not really, because if you have this thing, which has AoE, right, it's gonna still have to spawn a ton of them. So it's maybe better to just kind of ignore them. You know? Although, wait. It definitely seems like I can increase the minimum size at least. But this is quite a large effect. Like for the bigger sizes it does make sense. I think this is like a good amount. But for the smaller ones, so let's check if we increase the size by 75. Is that size of 5? It should be near, right? Near that amount. Boom. That's the size of 5.5. It's definitely a lot more condensed in the smaller sizes. You know, one thing that I could do is definitely cap the amount of small ones, right? So, okay, let's pause. So we're going to do mathf dot, or I guess number of small ones equals mathf dot round. No, we're just going to do if number of small ones is more than 10. Do you need more than 10 if like the explosion is massive? Number of small ones equals 10, you know? So if it's not electric, I don't agree with this. We're gonna do like this. If it's bigger or equal 4. No, that's not. Let's leave this in. And we're just gonna cap the thing, but we also want to make the calculation of the small ones a little different. So I guess I need to decrease them when they're little. So I can just decrease the initial number. So like if size is 3, what if I do -4, -5, and then I guess we do the kind of the cap. So we do math app dot, how do you do that? Range? No, not range. Clamp? Is it clamp? So we want to clamp the number of small ones between 1 and 12, right? So this should just decrease the amount of them when not a lot of them are, like when they're little ones. And obviously when they're big ones as well. But like as the whole screen is getting filled up by the explosions, they can kind of just, you know, they can chill a little bit. So what was the bottleneck here? What was the performance issue? It was the on trigger enter. And log string to console and instantiate. So it's still, wait, instantiating what though? Instantiate what? Motherfucker. Wait, maybe it's the problem that it's the first one? So like now it doesn't hurt him anymore because we're already at capacity? It definitely jumps really low. So what's the bottleneck? So prime tween, okay. It's all in the explosion. 14 log string to console. Sure, so the problem is the size logging, okay. So let's remove the size log real quick. So that's not the thing that's causing it an issue. Well, we don't want that. So managers, and then we go pooler. I also want to check the explosion thing. Default size is at 0, right? So max size, no limit if it's 0. Well, this is the small, so we want to have 200 of you and 100 of you. Because this, I mean, it was a little bit, but like, you bitch, okay. Like we're staying way above, like above 60, I guess. So now it's just the on trigger enter, right? So if I manage to fix that crack. Now what is instantiating still? Maybe the pop effects? The bullet pop effects? Right? Is it the bullet pop? Let's check that thing. So pooler, no. Base, bullet pool. Bullet laser pop. There's some pop, laser pop. Okay. What about the bullet pop? Bullet pop. Cool. The default size is 3, but it doesn't have max, right? So. Okay. Now it's just ignoring, it's just not spawning explosions anymore. Okay, so let's spawn, right, I've changed how, well, let's do a couple of sizes. Let's do like 50. Let's do like a big one. Okay. So we have a normal one. We have a 50. And we have a 150. It's just one. It's none. And it's one. Could you please explain the logic behind this? Like I clamped this, like it should always be at least one. Am I missing something? Okay, just a sec, I need to go to the toilet, but you know, it's gonna be a couple of minutes because I have to go to another house, so be right back. Okay, we're back. So, what's el problemo here? So this spawns a small explosion. We're gonna do if size is more than 3, right? Wait, do I have something else? No. I'm gonna re-enable you. If size is less or equal 4, we're gonna spawn a medium explosion. Right? Well, let's do this. And then else if it's more than 3, we're gonna do some small explosions around. But this is spawning so much crap though. This is fine. I guess this is also fine. So 2 per, okay. I don't know why this happens though. Oh, where do I... Right, I did this here already. I need to add this here as well. Right, so I guess oh right, I already have this here. So don't need you. Need to do else, and then we're gonna do if size is more than 3, right? So if it's electric and this, so if it's not an electric one, so we do this first. And then I need to do if size is more than 3, right? Or if it's electric. No, but like I need to, so if size is more than 3 and not so is electric is false. Right, so I do this, or size is just more than 5. Okay. So the minimum amount that makes sense is 3, to be honest. Right. And maybe we do this at 5. That's like... Well, let's see. make it make sense. Okay. We'll just spawn a mortar. Don't play with me. Okay. Okay. That makes no sense to me. Are they all trying to use the same one? This one is not released yet. Huh, wait. Oh no, I didn't stop the game fast enough, so the Unity crashed. Woo! Alright, let's try it again. I'm confused as to how that works. Like, why is it using the same one? It's essentially just doing this. It should just pull the next one. I don't get why it's using the base one. Show me the deprecated package. Really? That's the one that you have problem with? Okay. Bah. So we don't need this. If it does work now. If that was the problem, that makes... Does it make sense? I don't think so. Explosion, medium pool. Okay, now what? You're trying to say that because I have it set by default is the reason that this is not working. I don't think that makes sense. And that might just be me. So if I do this, and I save the thing, it's... Ah shit, I should have gone to the next room. You're saying that now it's not gonna work? Fine, then be at 0, I guess. I don't get it, but I guess. Not for me to get it. Didn't go to the next room again. So now it works. And this is like enough for the base size of mortars. So can I do like 25? So if we do 25, it's a little bit bigger. Another 25. So now we have... Okay, let's do another 25. Yeah, and like these get ignored because it's, you know, not necessary. Right. This is definitely way better than it was, that's for sure. Just because there's no overlap circle for the shine. It is instantiating a ton of shit though. What are you instantiating? You know, it would be really cool to know what is the instantiation. Prime Twin Manager plus update. Really? What is being instantiated so much? Is it a bullet pop? No, because that would already kind of be done, right? What am I instantiating? Like the physics, yeah, sure, it's a hefty amount, but it's not that much. So this is still using the old... Like at least it works, right? So what is the performance now? Full screen. can't really see a difference, right? Like when you have small amount of explosions, the shine looks great, right? Yeah, this doesn't have any issues, so I might just leave it like this then. But how long does it not have issues is the question, you know? So let's do this. Great. And we can just respawn them a bunch. And then we add this to the beginning. So we have a ton of swarm. So let's see how it can handle this. And that's like, oops. There. Can I get the next frame, please? Did I go too hard? It's like 27 split shot. That's about with 4 times repeat. So that's like 100 and something ish. Is it? Yeah, 27 times 4. So let's say 100. And then each of those 100 spawn 8. No. Because I gave them all of them, so they spawn 18. So that's like about 2000 mortars. So this might have been a little much. I don't think a lot of people are going to be spawning 8,000 or 2,000 mortars in a single frame. I guess it's not in a single frame. I guess a single frame is about 400, which is definitely a lot of explosions. This will probably compute, but I'm afraid that the next frame is just gonna take another 10 billion years, so I'm just gonna restart and try to make just a little less, right? I still want to have a ton of AoE, just so I can see if the collision is problematic. Also, this whole mortar thing, like the cluster mortar, I'm kind of considering making it weaker. So instead of tiers 4, 6, and 8, I would just do 1, 2 to 5. So essentially 8 would be reduced to 5, but you would have it at all tiers. Could be interesting. So yeah, initially it does take a bit. So I'm imagining it's the instantiation, or? Yeah, it's instantiating a lot, right? Because after this it's not taking that much time, so what if I have enemies there? What if I have a ton of enemies? Yeah, it's definitely, I guess it has issues with collision now, right? I mean, this is physics. So contacts simulate, blah 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 blah, so... So as long as it's not having, like, it's not that much, right, the physics? Like, the bigger spike is still something else. I mean, no, it's just physics, it seems like. And then whatever the hell this is. Render loop, okay. Okay, so what if let's start small this time. I'm gonna give it AoE still, and a little bit of swarm. So now, yeah, it's definitely the physics, look at this. It's just physics. Find new contacts. So if I added another one, oh, click. Give me 2 because that's the max that I'm gonna go. So now it has swarm 7 and a billion range. Surely it's not that quick, right? Although cycling through all of them, I mean, this hits all of them either way, right? Just a couple more frames. I guess this is where, like, it shouldn't calculate collisions too much. Do they collide with each other? That's something that I need to check. I'm like, I hope I was that smart that I disabled that, but I might not have been. Wouldn't be the first time, to be fair. Like, they have to be on the bullet layer, I would imagine. Oh, this seems like they collide with each other. Oh. Okay. So it's just physics. Simulate. Okay. Let's first remove you before I shoot again by accident. So the layer is bullet. Yeah, so bullets don't collide with each other. Let me just check. Like, I would be shocked if they do. Like, that would be a major blunder. Bullet does not collide with a bullet. They collide with unit, with wall, and with default. Yeah. What is the UI spike? But am I tripping or like what is it taking? Like I know it's slow, but like is that normal that UI is updating so much? Seems like that almost a half of performance is being spent by just UI. Right. So here it's 0. What the hell is this? This thing. UI rendering update batches. Canvas pass. I mean, I guess we're talking a lot of performance when the performance is really, really good. Like even here it spikes up a lot. No, it's just still the same amount. Right, like if I do this. It's like, it stays where it is. Okay, can I make this part work then? So, explosion base. We don't need this. Just delete that part. And let's leave you in. Another collider that I don't need. Wait, does this screw with you? Circle collider. Circle collider. No. I don't need you at this time. Name object light. This is something to consider, but also it's a light again. Like, do I want to do this thing with lights? It's just gonna be messy again. I don't get it. So let's do AoE and split shot. Okay, what's the bottleneck here? Prime twin. Instantiate. What are you instantiating though? You're not destroying anything. Maybe instantiating explosions. Okay, can I survive another one? I mean, yeah, much easier. The first one? Well, all of them do kind of need it. Still instantiating a ton of stuff. Yeah, but like this is something that I definitely couldn't have survived before. And the only question is, why isn't it... Okay, let's spawn a normal one. Just so I don't annihilate the machine immediately. Okay, so now I'm gonna, let's play this, and I'm gonna go to my explosion, and we're gonna check when this happens. Okay. So all damageables, we have player, sure, we don't have any enemy, and that's it. We just have two. So tile object is what then? Add me to unit list, unit manager adds damageable to 2D list. So you should be here. All damageables. You should be added here, right? Because your faction ID, I mean, wait. Unit faction ID. Unit faction ID. And this is what? Tile object. And we add what? Damageables. We have the unit faction ID here. Okay, so okay, let's skip. Can I? Okay. So tile object Please don't crash for no reason, just because I clicked on a tile, really? Good. Can't be bothered to wait. So I'm wondering if... I'm wondering if that's just it. Like the tile, but like tiles should get on the list. Oh, maybe I don't call this anywhere. Do I call this anywhere? No. So how could they be added to the list? That might be a problem, right? Dismiss. Let's check canvases. Let's play and then check the tile object. Yeah, maybe that might be a problem, right? So let's do tile object. Okay, dude. Like, I know there's a bunch of them, but like, holy shit, you don't have to crash. Okay, what if I... So this isn't happening anywhere. That's probably the problem. Do I call this anywhere else? I mean, surely I don't, right? Add me to unit list. So... Wait, is this tile object? We definitely have this somewhere. Level generator, tile object prefab, sure. All swappables, sure. Tile object, tile is what? Create floor tile. Destroy wall. What if I just add it to and just do on enable and on disable? I wonder if this is gonna create a problem. Like, I don't want to have floor tiles in the damageables list though, right? Let's try it again. And also, where's the thing? It's not here anymore. Oh, right, because the game crashed. Okay. Let's check it. You definitely destroy tiles now. There's still issues. What? Create new object. Huh? Huh? What is this? What is this? Muzzle flash. How about you chill with this? You're not needed. Circle collider. Okay. Okay. Okay, where's the problem? Unit manager 117. Is the problem that they get hit while like in the same frame? You know? What if I do like for int I equals 0? No, it equals all damageables dot count I dot length dot count -1, and then I, well, this needs to be j. I is more or equal 0 and j plus plus. Right? So we do this, and then we do if all damageables I j isn't null. We did this. Wondering if this is the problem, like that something gets kind of, it's no longer a, like it gets removed from the list because it gets killed by one of the things, and then the others just have a problem reaching it, and then just the whole thing collapses. Just the whole thing crashes, okay? Why? Where does it collapse now? Really? Huh. I am confused. Right, if this gets removed, it then has an issue. This is the problem with, if stuff happens in the same frame, could I kind of store the data? This seems like a hellish thing to do. But this should be happening one after the other, so I don't understand how it can actually be that like, let's say one goes through all of that, right? The other one shouldn't be able to go through all of them anymore. Like, I can definitely do this, right? And then I just do that instead. that should like make it more secure for when a single loop is happening, because that might be what is actually the problem, right? That just a single loop already breaks it, and that singular explosion, the explosion that actually gets the kill, is the one that misbehaves. That might be it. That might just be the only problem. That makes all. It also makes sense how it looked like. So let's see. Boom. No, now it has issues with all of them. How does this make sense though? Like, this is more secure, is it not? Am I using J? Yeah, I and J. Wait, where does it crash? On the 119, which is this one. This should work better though, right? Starting at the last in the list, so even if I remove one, like, can more be removed? I guess other stuff could kill them. But no, as it gets to here, this is the list, and it should go through the whole thing without issues. If, oops, let's do all damageables. I dot count is more. Wait, is that correct? If my count is, let's say I have 10 of them, let's say I have 2 of them, and my J is at 2, J won't work, so my count needs to be higher than J. So will this help it? Like, I guess it has trouble. I don't know how it gets removed though. That's the thing that's the weirdest to me. Like, how can you actually get to it if you just check like on the same frame that it should exist there? Okay. What now? It just crashed. Are you sure? Why would that crash it now? Like, why would this if statement essentially crash the whole thing now? Oh, I'm an idiot. This should be minus minus. That's why it immediately made a boo-boo. Oh, and it never gets out of the loop. Like, it was an infinite loop. That's why it crashed. So if it's more or equal 0 and J minus minus. Okay. Let's see if this is better. Hopefully that's just it. I would love for that to just be it. Ah, great. Let's go again. Like, it recompiled, so I just want to restart just in case. Because I don't have compile and play enabled. Just want to be careful about that. Okay. Ah! Something was still wrong. This is a problem now. On hit effects, so you couldn't find the damageables anymore. So I guess when I damage it, should I do on hit effects? Oh, this just doesn't do anything. So this is what, explosive? So what if I don't do that then? Just remove this from the game so it doesn't mess with everything else for no reason. So let's okay, so now I can just remove all of these calls from everywhere, which is also good. I don't mind doing that. This is where the thing existed, okay. Oops, boom. Okay. Okay. So removed something that's outdated, deprecated, you could say. Didn't I? Boom. Don't need you, so that's good. Happy to remove something that's not being in use and just clean up the whole thing a little bit. It's also an unnecessary code call. I would imagine like this doesn't change much, but changes a little bit, right? Every hit this was being called. Okay. Okay. It's like just have like a really tiny. Okay. First, don't need you anymore. This definitely doesn't help. And also, it's just messing with my stuff. This is... Wait, tile object. I did do this, so you should be added to the list. And here I do damage. Everything in range, I go through all of them, and if I isn't equal to my faction, I damage them. Distance float, so this is just for the knockback, this doesn't matter. Now, range, is this thing a problem? Should range be ×2, but no, it should still hit some walls, right? Well, at least we're kind of moving away from bugs. It's killing eggs. It's dealing damage to enemies, just not as much as it should, right? So walls are being destroyed, just really slowly it seems. What is this? Level generator. Current tile destroyed. Okay. And this happens because a tile gets damaged. Okay, so now if I do... Let's create a big module and just give this thing a ton of range, right? Which might also be a little better for whole screen not just killing itself immediately. This should damage all the tiles though. So some tiles do get damaged just... Can I destroy this tile? Yes I can, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's just not doing it properly somehow, for some reason. So this should be carving the whole screen away. Okay, so what if I do it a little bit more, you know... I do it like this. So this is an AoE of a bunch. Bong. So this already clears the whole screen. And it deals how much damage? 61. So what if I give it a little bit more damage as well? So we want to do just... I don't even need that much. And this is gonna get above 100 really quickly. Seems like it's only damaging stuff that's exactly on it. So maybe this gets calculated later. Is that possible? Collider to radius. Yeah, that's probably not the smart way to go about it. Right, because this isn't, it's just getting scaled, so that is what the problem is. So what I want to do is size. I just want to use the size, no? Where's size being? Yeah, it's calculated here, so that's exactly what I want to use. Okay, let's see if this fixes it. Now, which still isn't going to kill all of the tiles at once, I'm pretty sure. It should just clear, which might be like, it's just a different way of how the game will like behave. I mean, at least it's killing everything in range. Something's still wrong. Okay, it's carving. It's definitely carving, so now if I do projectile and I just give it a ton of damage, right? Let's place this here, and then we do a big module, and then we can do some. I'll just make sure it has teeth. It has, so. Let's do 2 of these, and then I'm gonna do another to give it enough damage to one-shot walls. So this now has a ton of damage. So yeah, it kills walls easily, but yeah, it doesn't carve the whole AoE. Right, so if I give it a ton of range, it essentially just clears the edge. Right. So if I give it a ton of range, this now has a ton of range, or AoE. It just kind of clears the edge of the map. Now if you give it repeat, right? So if I would create this and, you know, give it some damage. Get in there. So this would now carve multiple lines on it, which kind of looks even better. So now if I give myself, where is it? Is it this thing? Yeah. Oop. Which might be better. It's kind of funky. Also, maybe the explosion size should kind of be capped as well, so you don't create a giant thing that you just can't see. Not the explosion size, like that can be infinite, but just the effect that it spawns. Right? So here is where I would do a number of small ones, and end position I would kind of cap this. When I do clamp it, so I clamp the size. Oh, right. But I still use the size here, right? Like here, the end position doesn't matter. This one is fine. So just this one, right? If I would just clamp this thing, you know. So we would clamp this between, or just not even clamp, just do a, what's the least amount, so min, and then how much do I want here, like maybe 6? Wait, isn't that correct? Float A, and oh, this is vector end position, oops. So I would want to do this here, right? So just rotate it, and then I can maybe still increase this just a touch, maybe 16. Because I don't want explosions where the whole map is just empty, right? That doesn't really help me. And basically there's a ton of shit is spawning where you can't even see it. So that's also something I need to do. We want to do helpers, such as if helpers dot can camera visible is visible. There you go. And we do position, spawn position, bounce size. Don't really need bounce size because it's small enough that it's not gonna matter. I just return null, so if it's not visible, right? So this way I just kind of save up on explosion effects that need to be spawned. I still do the muzzle flash because that can be seen, but that's just handled by one object now, so that's way better already. So now I just don't spawn them if they're spawned, you know, over in Narnia. Okay, so first, what is the problem here? So 1, How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this is definitely where the thing that breaks it, right? What does this do? Oh. Explain yourself, demon. For each placeable on it. Ba 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 da ba ba da. Ba da. Ba 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 da. What if I do? What if I make this private and then public? I'm gonna rename this to placeable, and then you know, just go back to what it was. There we go. This should be the public one. Placeables on it. We're gonna just return placeable. Oh, come on. So this might solve it, because maybe they weren't set. Like it could happen, right? So this way, this is just something that happens by default. Like I don't even have placeable on it as a thing, at least not for the walls. Like it does exist. I could make some shrubbery in the future that would use that system, but right now, just something that was prepared for the future, but I never used it. There's still an issue. Yeah, so it's still the same line. So, how do you have issues here? Like it definitely exists. Right. And I guess it already existed before. You know, this whole change was done. That wasn't the problem, so I don't wanna have this be here twice. So this is where it's problematic. I don't really want this to work, just in case I use this in the future. Wait, but it had a problem, yeah, right here already. this just isn't used at this point. So I could just ignore this for now, right? Wait, if I comment this out, can I still find it if I like do this? Oh, no? That's how that works? But if I search for it like this, I can't find it. Okay. Although, why wouldn't this work? And then this is okay. I don't see why this wouldn't work as well then. Or why this would work. If this doesn't work, this wouldn't work as well, right? So I might as well change this part as well. Let's see. Let's see if I can make this happen. Oh my god. No issues. So now, let's try to do the same test, right? So I do this, and I think I just did the AoE. And let's first do a test with AoE, right? See if this kind of has issues. Let's also put it to the second board just so I can shoot ones before. Okay. I mean, yeah, it. So this is all enum, and this is what? What are these things? GC alloc. What the hell are you allocating? I seen something about Unity 6.5 that allegedly you're gonna be able to help, like the profiler is gonna be able to explain some stuff, like you're gonna be able to ask stuff. I guess that's like AI something, maybe? I guess? I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I just seen one post. But like, I guess it doesn't make sense any other way than this being AI. But yeah, I would definitely love to ask someone what, you know, just click this and like, where is this allocation coming from, right? Because it seems that allocation is, like the vast majority of this is just allocation. Game object activate awake. So this might be from, it could be from the effects when you destroy walls. right? Because if I do it again, oh, it still has issues. But hey, it's just explosion coroutine, which is hella freaking long. I guess it isn't. I guess I'm just zoomed in a lot. And then just a lot of GC allocation. Oh, not a lot, just the beginning and the end. Why is this so long? Like 1.57 milliseconds. And there's a ton of them. Like that seems like a lot of milliseconds. I mean, the fact is that this works way better than it did, that's for sure. Huh, does it though? Well, I do like that you can see the explosions, right? Would love to know... Yeah, this doesn't seem like it's working better. What is doing so many allocations though? It's not, it's just this thing is taking for, you know, takes a ton of time. Would love to know which part. Game object activate, sure. Because if I remove this, oops, it works better, no? Yeah. And I can't imagine it spawning too many extra things this way. Yeah, like we're kind of at the maximum as I do this. Like I'm not spawning more effects if I make it bigger. Right? So I would love to know what is actually the thing that creates the problem. If I make this bigger. It's interesting that this one kind of starts to... Like sure, all of these hit the entire map. But is that really the thing? Like, I cycle through the damageables either way. So why is this creating more of an issue? So what if I make it bigger? Like, because at this point, the size, it already covers the whole screen, right? So would it matter if I have even more range? Right, would this make a difference? It shouldn't. Yeah, it seems like it's the same. If I add even more. If anything, it seems like it's better. How much range is this for AoE? Oh! Because I've broken the integer barrier, so it's... Can you recalculate, please? So you can go over integer. Well, that's... Okay, what about now? Okay. Spawn enemy. There's a bunch of people. And if I wait a little bit, oops. Yeah, this took a lot longer. Oh, look how much UI used up. Is that because of the... Like, UI already pushed it below 30%. Is that because of the health bars? You know, that's concerning. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of changing health bars. It's interesting that kind of, like, obviously this is the major issue, but like this is still a huge thing, right? But at least there isn't like a giant leap for physics simulation. So I think that is a lot better, right? If I do this and let them spawn for a second, right? Ball, and then we do a little bit of ball. Like that's a lot of stuff to kill, right? We're talking hitting the whole screen of enemies 100 times, right? And I am in Unity, so I would imagine it is gonna work way faster outside of Unity still. But like, yeah, look at this shit. You know, this is just UI. So could I somehow improve? So I guess this just scales, yeah, this just scales up. This didn't really have a bigger impact. Just because of the amount of enemies, that was the only thing that, you know, had an issue. Or like the major thing at least. Like now that everything is dead, it's just way faster. So what if I do, let's do a couple of you. Why did it kick me away? But hey, it's interesting to know CPU, GPU. Exceed your target frame rate. Yeah. What is my target frame rate? Isn't it like 60? Okay. Yeah, so now it was just the explosions. Would be nice to know, like, okay, what was instantiate? What? Can I do that? Hierarchy? Is that a thing? What did we instantiate? Instantiate, which allocates. I would imagine, right? Because this is allocation, this isn't collect, right? But what do I instantiate here? Right? What am I instantiating so much? Because the effects are pooled. I guess the explosions, right? So the explosion, is it explosion base? No, this can't be it, can it? Explosion base. Surely I have that pool, right? Bullet, shockwave pool, mortar pool, explosion, player pool. Yes, I have this here. I still have a bunch of them left, right? So it's not instantiating them, I would imagine. Right? But what is it doing? Delayed call manager, prime tween. I don't understand why the prime tween is above the explode enum. Is that how it works? Explosion new. Explode enum. Why is the prime tween above the enumerator? That's really strange to me. Like I just start the coroutine, right? So is that part of the prime tween? Maybe it's just because there's a lot of tweening happening here. Now what is all of this crap? Sprite renderer color. What is this color? Show me this color. So it is black. So we set it to white and enable it, and then we set it to black, then we disable it, and then we wait for a little bit, and then we spawn shit. And then we wait for 5 seconds, and then we release the thing, which also makes freaking 0 sense. So why don't I just... Okay, let's kind of figure this part out then. So, explosion base. Explosion base is just, oops, this thing. Explosion base is just a giant ass circle, right? What if I just like add another one to kill me? If I just do this, let's do this if I need more. And just, instead of coloring, is this the one that I'm using? Who knows? Could be, could not be, could be not, could whatever. And then we turn this into a multiple. And we make it bigger, apply. What is this? What is this? Slice. Just automatic by cell count. So 2 by 2. So I have 1 and 2, apply. And now for this sprite, we will just use this one. And what if I just animate frames and enable? And now this is, how fast is this? 0.8, so this is like, my animation speed would be 80. And then first it's white for a frame, and then it's black for a frame, and then I disable it. Is that all there is? So I just do this and this, and then do I disable it on finish? I guess. But I don't need all of this crap, right? So I can just do sprite renderer. Oh. So I would just do sprite renderer dot game object dot set active to true here, right? And then essentially, like this can happen immediately because it's not gonna get affected, or right after I deal damage. Wait, the local scale, no, this is something that I need to do. Is there any other reason that I have this as a... No. So can I just essentially remove this whole thing? Or am I missing something? And then after 2 seconds I can just release it. I can also check if this is the right color while I'm at it. 21. Is it this one? 18, 14, 35. It's this one. So let's just do this. Basically the same. So I don't need this whole thing. And I also wouldn't want to release it here. Yeah, so this isn't even an enum anymore. So I can just call this thing here. Like a normal thing. This is a void. Explode. Void. Explode. Alright. And even all of this, like I might just remove all of the twins. Rip twins. Like first let's see if this is gonna be any different. Check this. Oh, this is a pullable mono behavior. Yeah. Pullable object release delay. Now, how does this know? Release. Pullable mono behavior. Yeah, but this doesn't know when to do it. Or am I tripping? Like it's gonna release, but what? This is a separate thing. Explode. Do I want to do show me the bullet base? I close it. I updatable. I update. Why doesn't it show this one though? So let's implement it. Do you need to subscribe to this? Is that a thing? Register, yeah. I need to do this. Do I have an enable and non-disable thing? I do not. It's like a second at best. So here we would do timer kill timer dot time dot no minus equals time dot delta time, and if kill timer is less than 0, oops, this is less than 0. Or equal, I guess. We release here. guess I would want to do this first, just in case. Because like that would get rid of all the coroutines, and you know, explosions have a ton of coroutines. So if I can just remove this, that would definitely help me a lot. Because even if an explosion doesn't create all of those crapoli ravioli things, it's still... Oh. What am I missing here? Is there an issue? No. Argument out of range? No. Okay. Show me the problem. Disable on finish. Oh, right, I don't have it set. So this just doesn't work. There we go. This might be, though, explosion base. This might be an issue. Yeah, because electric explosion also needs explosion base. This one might have the same problem. What is this one using? Is this the same? It's the same but bigger. So just do this, right? And color it like that, right? And then I can add this here, like this. Boom, boom, apply. I can delete this, don't need you anymore. Now you are gonna use this, and also the animate frames on enable. I'm gonna pass you this one, and this one on 80, disable on finish, pass you in, save. Are these used? No. Muzzle. Yeah, it doesn't, something isn't working. So what isn't working? Okay, let's add ourselves a normal, some of the normal bullets. Is this the bullet, like the explosion base thing that I'm looking for? Explosion. Let's make it bigger. Okay. Boom. It's still little small, eh? A little small it is. Why is this one still little? Ah. How is this scale not affecting it at all? Can my product make sense for half a second, please? Okay. Wait. What is this from then? Hello? Can I copy this? What is this then? Okay. Okay. Problemo. Yeah, this just seems like part of the kind of the explosion animation. This is just this, right? So where's my thingamajig? Where's my boom? Ababoom, bababooey. Like, isn't this supposed to work? Okay, so this is using the thing. Yeah, where are you? Why are you not shown, my friend? Yeah, this seems like the right size, but why are you not here? Why are you not being shown? Is this not sprite renderer? It is. And it is enabled. Oh, do I set the thing somewhere? Wait. Once again, with feeling now. Boom. So, cooler, so explosion player, and this is the explosion base, which is this thing, and this thing has everything set up. Hello, cuckoo, as we say, cuckoots. Why you not? Why you no work? Okay, you do the thing. Hello. We do this, and I just enable it. Is this controlled somewhere else as well? Also, what is this? What is this still here? Boom. Yeah, correct. Easy. Boom. Boom shakalaka. What about this one? It should also just work. Je suis confusé. Probably that's how you say it. Trying to learn French in my spare time. Love to not get laughed at a restaurant. Where are my explosy boysy? You know, you feel me? Why are you not? Like, why is it just empty? Why is it empty? Explosion. Explosion. Why does it have empty on it? Boom shakalaka. Do you set it to null? You know? No, it does set it to null. But then what? Animate? Oh! Wait, pull ready? What is this? Where's this from? Oh, because it's pullable? But this shouldn't be pullable. Pellet load. Animate. But it isn't a pullable object. How do I know if it's pullable? If pull ready. How do you know that you're pulled though? I would imagine pull ready, otherwise destroy. On disable finish, boom. Yeah, this is fine. Otherwise call it when pulling. Sure, but I'm not pulling this. Am I? How do I know the difference? Anyway, I'm gonna figure this one out. And hopefully gonna have performance up by a little bit. As again, just by removing all of that crap. And maybe also removing the way explosions kind of move. Because that just seems unnecessary. So just remove all of the tweens as well. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. We'll see. I'm gonna maybe do a little bit more work today. Possibly not through the weekend. I'm gonna try to put off work a little bit so I don't burn out. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks everybody for joining in. If you like the game, you can wishlist it on Steam. And yeah, that's about it. Otherwise, hope to see you next time. Cheers!